Good morning, my friends. Good morning. And thank you so much for choosing to spend your Thursday, May 16th with me, 2024. Today is day 13 of the Karen Reed trial. Feels like 3 years, but it's only day 13. Is it going to be lucky 13 or unlucky 13? Guess we're going to find out because COLIN ALBERT is going to be on the stand today for cross-examination. And I believe that our friend AJ, smooth as butter, Alan Jackson, is going to be doing the cross on COLIN ALBERT. And so many wacky things happened yesterday that it's hard to even keep them all straight at this point. But before we do that, thank you to Maureen, as always, and to Stacy Jaffe also for your cash apps this morning. You're so very kind and generous. That's a Natalie Merchant song. You know, I think in song lyrics, and Natalie Merchant had a song, Kind of Generous. That's a really great tune. I love 10,000 Maniacs too. That was such a great band. It's too bad they're not around anymore. How is everyone this morning? You know, that whole thing last night about opening the door to the harassment of third parties that Allie McCabe was allowed to get into just makes me angrier and angrier the more I think about it. And I went back and watched it and I was thinking, like, was I crazy? Because you're not allowed to kick your own door open. And that's just what Lally did. And I think a lot of people were confused about opening the door. And some people said, well, Brian Jr. opened the door, but it's witness by witness. Somebody else can't kick the door open in different testimony. And then it remains open for the whole trial. And you can't kick your own door in. So you have to, it's on a witness by witness basis. And it's what Lally did yesterday in getting Allie McCabe to be allowed to testify about the harassment that her family suffered at the hands of third parties, by the way, not at the hands of Karen Reed. That's extraneous to this trial, essentially, because she said there were online people that were bullying her family and bloggers that were bullying her family, is highly prejudicial to the defendant. Those charges against Aidan Carney have not been adjudicated. There's been no finality to them. They're still out there pending. And the same thing with the Canton 9 people who were, I think, protesting across the street from D&E Pizza. And that's not her family. That's Colin's family, right? Colin's dad owns D&E Pizza. So this whole thing, I just think was highly prejudicial. It could be a reversible error, in my opinion. I don't know that they're going to ask for a mistrial. But the judge was very specific about that stuff. And if you recall, both sides wanted to keep it out. Both sides wanted none of that stuff involving Aidan Carney, aka Turtle Boy, to come into the trial. And the judge said, well, you know, that's my decision to make. So I have a real problem with that. We're going to see how it plays out and if it comes up again. But I'm wondering what you guys think. And if I have any lawyers in the chat who can chime in on that, because as you know, I'm barred in New York, not Massachusetts. And I don't really know what anybody else said about it. So the more I was thinking about it, the more I was like, that's outrageous. Both sides wanted to keep the harassment part of it out. And then somebody else wrote a comment yesterday in my comments or in the chat, and I can't speak to the veracity of it. So I don't know if this is true or not, but if this is true, it's a huge problem. So I'm going to preface this by saying, I don't know if it's true. But somebody in the comments who claims to be a longtime Canton resident who's in her 70s said, Beverly Cannoni's house at the Cape is right next to the McCabe's house at the Cape. And if you go through and you look at a lot of the testimony from the McCabes and the Alberts both, a lot of times they're looking up to the judge for guidance, for objections, and I don't know if I'm overreacting because I'm not in the courtroom and I'm only watching what you're watching on TV. So we can't really see the judge. What I did see the judge doing yesterday when I went back and watched some of Colin's testimony was her swinging her glasses in the background. And it's just, is she bored? There's a woman's life at stake here. Okay. Karen could face up to life in prison on second-degree murder charges if she's found guilty, which, based on the evidence or lack of that we've seen so far, how many witnesses have testified? Like 31? There's been zero evidence that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. The evidence is conflicting at best. Somebody also put in the comments somewhere that I saw, is this Adam Lally's first criminal trial? That can't possibly be true. Can it possibly be true? I don't think that could possibly be true. They would not be giving him a second-degree murder case to try for his first criminal trial. So I know a lot of you guys are local. A lot of you guys are from there. Hi, Mimi says, online there's info about the Alberts buying a house from the McCabes way back in the day. They have long-standing ties. Well, we know the Alberts and the McCabes do, but I'm talking about Cannoni and McCabes, because Sean McCabe, who's the brother of Matt McCabe, who's married to Jen McCabe, I know this is a lot if you're just new to this trial, said to Aidan Carney when they were corresponding somehow, and Aidan said to him, Aidan is a journalist, for those of you who don't know, a local journalist who's covered this case to the tune of about 350 articles. Aidan said to this guy, Sean McCabe, what? So they were conversing. He said something like, oh, so you have ties to the judge? Your family has ties to the judge? And Sean McCabe said, and there's screenshots of it, who? You mean Auntie Bev? Whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your body under? So that gave rise to the possibility that there were ties between the judge and the McCabes. And we went over, I did a whole show on the motion to recuse. The defense made a motion for the judge to recuse herself from this trial, saying that the appearance is that she may have ties to some of the witnesses in the case. And this is one of the things she only ruled from the bench on, where she came right out and said, I don't know these people. I don't know Sean McCabe. I've never met Sean McCabe. Now the fan is up. And when presented with a Venmo payment on a huge poster board from Julie Nagel to Ryan Nagel, in which the memo screen said for Frank and Beverly, but Beverly was spelled Beverley, defense theorized that perhaps she had rented her house to the Nagels on the Cape. And the judge came out and said, I never rented my Cape house out to anyone. I don't know these people. I don't spell my name like that with an EY, but it turns out her husband's name is Frank. So there's a lot of things at play here. And when you see a ruling go that way about opening the door, when the door was opened by loud, you can't open your own door. You can't kick the door in because you want things to be in the trial. You can't. And neither side wanted that in. So the more I think about it, the more annoyed I am about it. So let's all take a collective deep breath. And do a little namaste together before we start this day, because who knows what's going to happen with Colin on the stand? Who knows? We don't know, but we're here for it. Good morning, Buzzing for Truth. Thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate that so much. Laura says, I was behind because of work yesterday. Chat was over before the circus, so I had to react by myself. I needed my family. My daughter's award ceremony is 11 a.m. AirPods in or out. Oh my gosh. Well, if you keep them in, just keep your volume low, because, I may get to screaming. I'm going to try not to, because I know the court audio is low, and then I blow people's ears out, and there's so many people complaining. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Laura, for that, and for your $10 super chat. But seriously, yeah, Mel, I know you guys feel like a lot of us are family here, and I'm going to put this out there right now. The chat is on subscribers only today, 5 minutes or longer, because there's going to be a zero tolerance policy today. I'm not having it. Both of my streams yesterday were shadow banned by YouTube as being not friendly to advertisers. Both have been appealed. Both have been overturned. But here's the problem. And it's not about the money, because I'm not about the money here. I'm about justice for a woman who has been, for more than 2 years, suffering the consequences of what someone else did, or other people did, something that she did not do. I've seen no evidence that she hit John with her car. I just haven't. The injuries don't line up. The evidence doesn't line up. The investigation was shoddy at best, egregious at worst. But when my videos are shadow banned, they don't get out. They don't get pushed out by YouTube. So nobody gets to see it. So there's going to be a zero tolerance policy today. If you're new, There's no foul language. There's no disparaging of each other. There's no disparaging of witnesses. There's no body shaming. There's no bashing of sexual orientations. I'm not tolerating it. I'm just not. It's my channel. I'm allowed to do that. And if you do get blocked or timed out, I'm sorry. The chat moves very quickly, but I'm keeping it tight here because I'm not going to risk my videos being shadow banned when, quite frankly, I sit here for 7 hours a day because a couple of people can't hold their tongue. You know what I'm saying? So fair warning, guide your actions accordingly, please. And thank you. On top, thank you so much for your super sticker this morning. And Colleen St. Ange, thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate you. Jennifer H., thanks for the super chat. What is the possible consequences for falsified evidence, i.e. the screenshots of tests? Oh, that could be major. That could be, I don't know in Massachusetts, but manufacturing evidence, that could be a really big problem for someone. If it's true, if somebody did that, that could be a really big problem, especially when you're trying to convict a woman for murder and you're falsifying evidence in a murder case. That could be huge, huge problems for the people. And look, I've seen what's going on out there. The other side of this is getting desperate and they're resorting to a lot of tactics. I've seen it. I've been personally attacked. In fact, I was watching Lawyer You Know last night, who's been doing some nightly recaps now and then. And he said he's being personally attacked for just talking about this case. So you can imagine what's going on with me, especially since I've been very vocal since I started covering this case that I don't think Karen Read did this. And that's why I started talking about it, in addition to the fact that the husband of two of my kids, ex-husband, is from Norfolk County, grew up in Norfolk, and since college, when I met him in Boulder, had been telling me how corrupt the police department is in the town from which he came. And nobody had ever heard of Norfolk, Massachusetts. And he used to tell people he was from Foxborough. And the day that I disclosed that to my audience was also the day of his funeral. So he died very young in his 50s, suddenly leaving a wife and children, and it's devastating. And that's my connection to this case. So anybody out there who is trying to tell you that I'm being paid by the defense as some sort of PR to make these videos can go to hell. And that's the worst curse word I'm going to say today. But it's ugly out there, folks. It's ugly. Stay safe out there. Don't go on the Twitter cesspool. Just don't do it. So mods, don't be dropping my Instagram in the chat because it needs to be sanitized. I have to before I put it back up. But these people are scared. They're running scared and they're ruthless. Thank you. I can't read your name because my font is too small. Liga Lagushka, thank you so much for your super chat. From a lawyer's perspective, why do you think the defense team didn't object more vigorously to harassment? You know what? They are building a record for appeal that could be reversible error. It could be based on the judge's own ruling. And so I feel like they're winning at this point, and it may come back towards the end of the trial or in post-trial motions. But at this point, I'm going to tell you, I am not a cupcake, okay? There's a sign over there that says it. I can't make everyone happy. I'm not a cupcake. If you want a neutral channel and you don't want to hear my opinions, then go to Law and Crime and try and hang out in the chat there and see what happens to you there, because it's like the wild, wild west over there. I'm going to tell you that I think they're winning. There has been that we're on day 13 and I haven't seen one shred of evidence yet that Karen hitched on with her car, other than what many are calling an excited utterance that was heard by only a person who may or may not be besties with a girl who lived in the house. But, you know, maybe they went to high school together and they're acquaintances, but they sit together in hot tubs on top of each other's laps and drink beers down the Cape at what could or could not be maybe the McCabe Albert / Judge Cannoni beach on the Cape that they traveled to together. And thus far, I have seen the prosecution running defense the entire time to simply prove none of these people did it. Therefore, Karen Read must have done it. It's not a strategy. It's just not. I can't make everyone happy. I'm not a cupcake, and I'm going to tell you what I think, and I'm going to call it the way I see it. And I'm going to pause the stream also. This wasn't meant to be a lecture or anything like that, but I'm going to pause the stream because I commentate. That's what I do. And we rewind and we re-listen to things that we think are important. And so please do not be in the chat telling me to move along and to hit the go. And, the trial is starting. I know, I've got it right here. I know when it's on. And that's the way we're going to do it here. And there's plenty of other places for you to watch the coverage. There just is. We have a group here. We have a family here. We have a chat here who has grown to love each other and be respectful to each other and can express their feelings, thoughts, concerns without being attacked. So that's the way we do it. That's the way we do it. Yeah, and we think in song lyrics here, and sometimes we sing. Lollipop. Oh, somebody in the comments last night said, Melanie, I was listening and my 2-year-old was in the room and you started singing Lollipop and she started singing along with you. And I thought, oh my gosh, even the children are watching. The children are watching. The children are watching and the parents are watching. And if the parents are watching, please, please, please do never, ever, ever put your children in the situation that we saw a lot of these children in when they had to swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth and then get on the stand. Like, and look, and I felt bad for Allie McCabe. I did. I felt bad for her. I don't feel like she is in any way a bad person. She's only 20 years old. She's a beautiful girl. She's got her whole life ahead of her. And I don't know who's pulling the strings behind her, but she was, to say impeached is putting it very kindly, impeached by the Life 360 data. And she started crying and we all felt bad for her. And that's why that harassment stuff should not have been brought in, because maybe the jury's feeling bad for her too. And some of that stuff should not have been brought in because it has nothing to do with the defendant in this case. And I'd like to know from anybody who was in the courtroom yesterday what the jury's reaction was to that when Allie McCabe started crying. It shook me. I was very upset for her. I don't think anybody should be bullied or harassed. And I read a horrific story yesterday in the New York Post that I saw the title and I couldn't even click on it. And I don't even want to talk about it, but it was a 10-year-old child who took his own life because he was being severely bullied in an Indiana school. And the parents say that they had reported it to the office, like 20 times, and he was 10. And that breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart for these children. And, I tell my kids too, like, if kids are being mean to them in school or whatever, it's like, listen, it's not about you. It's about them. You don't know what's going on in their house. You don't know who's raising them. You don't know what they go home to every day. So you have to show some people some grace. And that's what we try and do. And any parent who would put their children in this position in front of a worldwide audience where they got to get up and swear to tell the truth, you got to look a little bit deeper about where these people are coming from. And I don't know who did what, but what I do know is there's no evidence that Karen hit John with that car. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, everyone, on this very, very, it's not very early, but it is a Thursday. So tomorrow is Friday and it's a full day. Today's a half a day. It's 9 to 1. And so we will only be here until 1 o'clock together, but we'll go straight through. We're going to just keep on keeping on. Good morning, John Barron, and thanks for the super chat. Not Lally's first criminal trial. He prosecuted motor vehicle cases and was assigned to this case when theory was it was an accident. No senior ADA wanted the case once they indicted to second-degree homicide. Murder, second-degree murder. We can call it murder because it is in this case. Thank you, John Barron, 1921. And I don't know how many ADAs there are in Norfolk County, but we know that Michael Morrissey did not want to try this case himself. So listen, if they opened the door to this harassment, we better get the door opened to get Michael Morrissey on the stand so he can testify about that hostage video that he made in August of 2023 and how he knew that Colin Albert was not in the house and how he knew that Michael Proctor never went to the scene that day. And how he went on about this has to stop. It has to stop. Michael Morrissey needs to come on the stand and explain how he knew all of those things. Because a lot of it were lies. We know Michael Proctor did go to the scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. It's in the police reports. So, What's good for the goose, as such, may be good for the defense. Thanks, Mama City, for your super sticker this morning. And Susan Agnello, thank you so much for your super sticker this morning. KOB, what is the penalty for perjury? Thanks for your $5, the 5 beans. It could be jail time. Okay. And if you've been following, or if you did follow the Adam Montgomery case with me or with anyone in New Hampshire, Kayla Montgomery, who was, or still is, I guess, the wife of Adam Montgomery, went to jail for perjury. She lied to the grand jury when she told the grand jury in New Hampshire that she was working at Dunkin' Donuts, another trial with Dunkin' Donuts in it, at the time that Adam Montgomery took the life of his 5-year-old beautiful little daughter, Harmony. Kayla Montgomery lied to the grand jury. She was charged with perjury, and she spent at least 2 years in jail. You can tell me if I'm wrong on the timing of that, but she was in jail for 2 years. So it's a big, big problem. And that was lying to the grand jury, not lying under oath at a trial. Anita, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, love listening to you, Melanie. Currently living and working in Argentina at the U.S. Embassy. Oh my God, that's amazing, Anita. But originally from Andover, Mass. The McAlbert house is coming down brick by brick. Thanks, Anita, for watching all the way from Argentina. What an awesome job. I want to know where you went to college and what you majored in, because that's really cool. One of my children is bilingual in Italian. And so I've been saying, like, wow, you should, maybe go work in an embassy somewhere. That's pretty cool. Andrew says, thanks for the super chat. Just noticed Allison McCabe shook her head no when saying yes to not deleting messages with Colin Albert. Yep. Body language experts are going to have a field day with that. You know who also may have a field day with some of this? And I don't know if he's done a video on it yet, but you guys watch. I know you guys watch Bruce Rivers. We love Bruce Rivers. Gotta get it out. Bruce Rivers. He's the criminal lawyer, and he everything he does is about self-snitching. So I wonder if he's done a video on any of this stuff that happened yesterday yet. I'm sure he's very busy handling his criminal cases, but he makes amazing videos that are very, very funny. And this is a good trial to do some self-snitching videos. So thanks, Andrew, for that. Appreciate you as well. Prestige Worldwide, thank you so much for the 20. I'm a member of the MS community. Every dollar gifted to Melanie during today's live stream, I'll match in a donation to the Brigham and Women's Children Hospital Multiple Sclerosis Research Fund in honor of this channel. Wow, that is amazing, Prestige Worldwide. And so kind of you. I'm going to read that again because I flubbed through it. Prestige Worldwide throws in a $20 super chat and says, I'm a member of the MS community. Every dollar gifted to Melanie during today's live stream, I'll match in a donation to the Brigham and Women's Hospital Multiple Sclerosis Research Fund in honor of this channel. That's so very kind of you. We know that Karen Reed has MS, and I'm assuming that's why you're doing this. And I'm very touched. Thank you. That is so kind and generous. That'll be the theme of today's stream. Kind and generous. Blown away. Thanks to Keeping It Reals for becoming a member, and also to Kelly Hill for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. Thanks, Megan, for your super chat. The adults should be ashamed of making these kids cover for them. I think Allie was mad that Colin was dragged into this when it was the adults. Maybe. And look, it very well may be that she did pick him up at that time. But then why did she lie about picking him up, driving him home, and then going straight home and not leaving again when the Life 360 data had her going out again and staying out until 1:30? Like, you can't have it both ways. I don't know. None of us were there. We don't know what happened. Maybe Colin did leave. I don't know. Maybe something else happened with other people. We don't know. But again, right, dragging the kids into it. Yvette, thank you so much for your buzzing for truth. Thank you for your super chat, best coverage and comments. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for your super sticker.
Thank you. Be seated. Court is in session.
Here comes the judge.
117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel.
All right, counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
Of course they did. I'm sure it's about you.
Sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
You'd like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It's prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right. What do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment. And that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it. And it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Nope, wrong. He's wrong on the law and the
All right.
facts.
So, Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's bring in the jurors, please.
I 100% disagree on every level with that ruling. Somebody said in there, Brian Jr. opened the door. It doesn't matter. It's witness by witness. So, whether or not Brian Jr. opened the door, I don't know. I don't remember his testimony specifically about the harassment, but it's witness by witness. And Yannetti did not open the door on anything having to do with harassment. He asked every witness about the other proceedings they testified in. That has to do with the federal grand jury and what they're allowed to bring in and how they're allowed to bring that in. And the judge specifically said, after both attorneys said they wanted to keep the harassment stuff out by Aiden Carney. All right, again, with the focusing on the witnesses talking to their client, get the damn camera away or we're going to lose the privilege to watch this trial. Already we're getting fired up, and it's only 9:17 a.m. That is Karen Reed's dad. Yeah, somebody said, well, imagine that. Imagine that. She ruled for the prosecution. Big surprise. The fix is in, says Peter Lyons. V. Caser says, Yannetti knew she would deny. He had to get it on record for appeal. That is correct.
Cindy, thank you.
But, and I can hear people whispering, again, in the mics. We can't hear them when they're at the podium because they don't seem to have a mic there. But the mics that they have will pick up the whispers at the defense table. This is a travesty of justice, what we're watching here. We got to watch Allie McCabe cry on the stand yesterday about harassment by someone who is not the defendant. And both sides wanted that out, including Lally. The judge allowed to let it in, and she just denied the defense motion for a curative instruction on that and to strike that testimony about the harassment because she claims that she disagrees with Yannetti in every single way and that he absolutely, during his questioning, opened the door to the harassment And I could not disagree more strongly. And like I said, I was watching Peter Tragos last night for a little while, and I specifically fast forwarded to that portion to see if other people were thinking my same way, and he was. Like, you can't, same thing I said, you can't kick your own door open. It's insanity. Absolute insanity. And you're watching it unfold in Massachusetts. And there is John O'Keefe's brother, Paul, who is super tall, very big, and has been glaring at Karen Reed because, see, he's sitting right behind her. He's got a buffer zone when Yannetti is sitting there blocking.
Hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated.
God save the Commonwealth. I don't think we can say that enough.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
God save the
So I have
Commonwealth.
to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes or no? Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
God save the Commonwealth. That's today's. We thought today's stream was going to be called "Me and My Uncle," which is a Grateful Dead reference, and now it could be "God save the Commonwealth."
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the other two, court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so?
I do.
Thank you, Desert Cat, for the $10 for the MS research. We appreciate you so.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Rob.
Deep breaths, everyone.
Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Rephrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Okay. Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not an okay, it's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago. That's it.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Okay, this is not privilege because Lally does not represent Colin. People might be saying, isn't that privilege? What he talked to his lawyer about? Lally is not his lawyer. Lally is the lawyer for the Commonwealth. Somebody said, is the late 70s Izod coming back? Is that Izod or Lacoste? Might be Lacoste. But somebody dressed him up for this. Let's see what he discussed with Lally, because this kid can't understand a simple question. Whenever a witness says, can you rephrase that or can you repeat that? They're buying time. And all of the Alberts and McCabes have been prepped to say, if you don't understand it, ask them to rephrase it. And they're all using that specific term, rephrase.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about
Here he goes.
since
He's gonna try and open the door to harassment because it worked so well for Allie yesterday. He's like, oh, let me talk about how I've been being harassed. See? Because the judge said if the witness brings it up organically, and now she's ruled against the defense on their motion to strike that testimony yesterday by Allie and the door opening and making a record on appeal, this could cause a mistrial. I don't want to see a mistrial here because I think everyone wants this over, including the defendant. But now he's going to talk about how since people have been talking about him on the internet, and he's going to start bringing up the harassment that has nothing to do with the defendant. Taking it back so you can hear that question and answer again, because that's what we do here.
Yes.
obviously you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Wow.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant.
This is explosive. This is explosive right here because this kid has just told you and the world that he's not been thinking about this case since a man, a police officer, a Boston police officer, was found dead on his Uncle Brian's lawn. He's only been thinking about this case since people started talking about him on the internet because he's trying to get in the harassment and he wants that back in. And now the jury is thinking this kid is a psychopath or he has no feelings, or now it's going to start coming. The mask is going to slip, my friends. You can dress him up however. You can put him in a Lacoste sweater with a golf shirt underneath it, with a preppy collar. You could even stand that collar straight up, and it's not going to hide what is underneath there. And who raised him, and the fact that he's not been thinking about this since a Boston police officer was found dead on the uncle's lawn whom he idolizes. He's been thinking about this since people started talking about him on the internet. Let's hear that one more time for emphasis.
Nope.
Did that individual?
Internet.
How about?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Nope.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
Tully.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
There's no way in hell that Tully should have been sitting in on the witness prep of this witness. Somebody put in the chat where Sergeant Tully is from, what his position is now. And Steve Nelson, the witness advocate, it came out in pretrial motions that Steve Nelson was the person who told Brian Higgins and Brian Albert that it was okay to dispose of their phones or get rid of their phones. So Steve Nelson has a bigger hand in this than anybody thought. The role of the witness or witness advocate is supposed to be to ease them through the process of being a witness in a criminal trial. But no, it's not okay for Tully to be sitting in on the prep. This kid's saying it was prep, trial prep. Alan can't even believe it.
Recorded, told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes,
15
20 minutes.
minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
YouTube?
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
He doesn't remember if he spoke to Allie in the last 5 years, not
So
even
you
about this
have
case.
no independent
in general.
recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
Hang on, we got to pause for 1 second because StreamYard is having problems again. So give me 1 second while I figure this nonsense out. Don't worry, we're not going to miss a beat here. Thanks, StreamYard. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to have to reset. I'm going to have to. All right. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. I don't know if everybody else is having problems too, or if it's just me. But hang on for 1 second. I'm going to refresh the browser. If I lose you for 1 second, just give me 2 minutes because this is, we can't miss this testimony. Hang on. I'll be right back. All right. For the money that StreamYard charges, they should not have such problems. But I'm going to imagine that everyone is having these problems today, and it's not just me. So let's get back to Colin Albert and the train wreck to come. If you're ahead and watching on 4 different streams, please no spoilers in the chat. Thanks.
No, I don't remember.
Here. So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No, sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand. There might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Cal.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Down to the minute.
Correct.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Or let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just.
Do you have a calendar, Colin? Would it be in the calendar
Where
on
were
your
you
phone?
when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You wouldn't categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting
No.
about this massive murder case?
Objection.
Let me ask you in a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Sustained on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. Looked a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
on my phone. Yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, did you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember. No.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
Don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt.
Okay, we're gonna stop for a second. Do you believe that Lally is so bad at his job that he did not prep this witness by showing this witness videos that have surfaced of him online looking like, I don't know, what some people might call a thug, bang, bang, I'm gonna kill, that kind of stuff? Photos of him with his scraped up knuckles, comments that he's made online. Is Lally that bad at his job? Does this kid really not remember, or is he making himself out to look like a liar? You decide. Now they're asking him if he knows who Courtney Proctor is.
Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
Okay.
I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you've studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
Objection?
The objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to Sidebar and explain this to me?
Yeah, really? Not going to let him answer who's in the photo? This is going to be good. Nina, thanks for your super chat. Says EDB said that Yannetti opened the door by asking why she never told until August 2023 Colin wasn't in the house. She stated it was because it was never relevant till the defense brought it up and the pressure started. I disagree. That seems to be what the judge thinks too, but I disagree on that. So I didn't watch her stream. I'm not sure what she said. Ask 3 lawyers different questions and you'll get 3 different opinions is all I can say to that. Amy, thanks for your super chat. Will the event recording device in Karen's Lexus be brought into evidence? You can bet it will. You can absolutely bet it will. Snowcat Tish, thank you so much for your super sticker. Charlie Lynn says, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 5 and for starting that off. One of our very amazing viewers has said that he or she, Prestige Worldwide, will match every donation made today to the MS community, to Brigham and Williams. What do I want to say that? Brigham and Women's Hospital Multiple Sclerosis Research Fund in honor of this channel. Thank you so very much, Prestige Worldwide. Thanks, Celine, for becoming a new member. And Jenna L 913, thank you so much for the donation for the 20. Exion, thank you so much. $5 for the MS Fund. Love your streams. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you so much. Kind and generous people still exist. And Megan throws in a 20. Thanks, Megan. Melissa, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Pila's mom, thank you for the super chat. Starting the MS train. Thank you, Mel, for great comments. Again, get the camera off of Karen. SOS, be kind and generous. Thanks for the 10. So much. Effing hippie. You're amazing. $10 for the cause. Thank you so much. Laura, thank you for the 5 super sticker. Blessed Mom in Texas, thanks for the 10. I've missed y'all the last few days. Love to you, mods, and all in the chat. Justice. RD, judge is biased in my opinion. Thanks, Blessed Mom in Texas, for all your support. Priscilla Stevenson, thank you so much for the 20. Thanks again to Melanie for this channel. And I'm happy to contribute to MS research efforts. Thank you so very much. I can't imagine what Karen's going through. You know, stress exacerbates MS. Could throw her out of remission. I don't know what stage she's in right now, if she's in remission, but I can't imagine what this is doing to her body, not to mention her mind. Thank you, Prestige, Melody says, and contributes, throws in another 5. Desert Cat, thank you so much for the 10 for MS research. White Knox Libe, thank you for the 10. Here's my contribution. Love all the love in here. Thank you so much. Johnny, thanks for becoming a member. Laura says I need to watch. She needs drinks to watch. Thanks, Laura. Bay Harbor Beauty, thanks for the super chat. Why is the defense not bringing up the text? The day not switching to Saturday at midnight. There's a lot of talk about that. Some versions of iOS do, some don't. We'll have to hear from an expert on that.
Thank you.
Probably a Celebrite expert.
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
No, we can get that, but
We just had a sidebar.
we'll answer that question.
He doesn't know. He doesn't remember.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was 10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
The person on the far left
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Good. keep approaching. We can try and catch up to real time. The photo is of this young man, Colin Albert, as a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding. Courtney Proctor is the sister of lead investigator, Massachusetts State Police, Michael Proctor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family?
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for the most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
When you were little? How about when now?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to
Yeah.
give the date?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Yes.
Wasn't interviewed until 18 months after Officer O'Keefe was murdered because nobody mentioned him as having been in the house the night before.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe.
Oh,
I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
that's the federal grand jury. So those of you who are new to the case, this young man who was in the house.
Additional question first, I apologize, it's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nobody ever said Colin Albert was in the house at 34 Fairview on the night that Officer O'Keefe was murdered, and therefore nobody ever interviewed him till 18 months later
Line 18 and 19.
by his close family friend since he was a child, Michael Proctor, for 10 minutes. And he's looking now at the grand jury, the federal grand jury testimony that he gave
Yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
to refresh his recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about. you just read?
I still don't remember.
Do you recall that it says that you testified? Question: how long
Objection.
did the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure.
He doesn't know what that
Was he
means.
being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah. Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly and cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
He questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place for those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
Somebody said earlier she needs to see the photos so that she can determine whether or not her beach house is in the photos. Murder investigation. This kid was interviewed for 10 minutes by his close family friend who Michael Proctor's mother has said the Alberts are like a second family to her. She posted that on a Facebook picture of the Albert family. Met with them for 10 minutes. It was very friendly, cordial, not confrontational or antagonistic because he's known Michael Proctor for the better part of his life. And that's the lead investigator in this case who was interviewing him. Nobody asked for his phone. Nobody took his phone. 10-minute interview, 18 months after the murder of Officer John O'Keefe, which is the reason why we're here, which we all seem to be forgetting because he's not mentioned hardly ever. Neither is the defendant, Karen Reed. So if you feel like you're in an alternate universe, you are.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you were put under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin Allie, correct?
Correct.
I thought he's not a cousin.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're gonna grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're gonna text them, probably not call
Either or.
them. Okay, but texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81. I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
May I have that back?
I thought, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up? for
No,
you?
he likes to use his own AV squad. Thank you,
I'd
though.
be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
No. Who knows what version you
Thank
have?
you, Ms. Gilman.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier. And then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off. And there was an exchange back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string, that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, we can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are
Oh,
those texts?
We text on other platforms too.
oh,
So I'd say other apps.
bring in the Snapchat.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Hmm.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
It's not sure about much of
Testified
anything.
that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, it'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnick, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
Don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buchnick when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
Oh, snap.
that.
He sent it to his father, Chris. Hold on. I want to go back and see when the date of this was. Somebody asked me if I could turn up the volume. I can't. It's Court TV's volume. I'll try and talk a little bit further away from my mic. You're going to need to turn it up on your end. I have a sound booster. It's on. If you can't hear it, it may be your device. I'm not sure, but that's the best that I can do, is the way that it is. And that's why the subtitles are on, although they are often wrong, so don't rely on them. I do not have control over the subtitles either.
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnick, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
Don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buchnick when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buchnick if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buchnick agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You don't remember you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnick a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw.
do you remember anything about this case?
To this day, you've never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
Oh, let's do it now.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Yeah. Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February of 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists. Nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's. with
Oh,
your
here we go.
buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Fenway Johnny's. Here comes the picture.
Two documents I'd like to mark for identification, but with the court's permission to show Mr. Lally.
Okay.
Here we go. Fenway Johnny's has entered the chat.
These to the witness.
Yes.
Oh, we're gonna see. We're gonna do a little sidebar. What'd you say?
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them anyways.
Yeah, you may as well see them all. Because that first photo that he was shown, where nothing was wrong with his knuckles, you're going to see Fenway Johnny's is going to have a little bit of a different condition of his knuckles. We're getting closer to real time. And we're there. What is Fenway Johnny's? I'm going to assume that it's a bar somewhere near Fenway. But I'm not quite sure. No spoilers if you're watching 4 different streams of this coverage somewhere. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the super sticker. You're very kind. Carly became a new member. Welcome. Mamacita says, Colin looks like he had a heck of a night. Thank you so much for the super chat. Johnny, thanks for the 20. Thank you, Melanie. Also wanted to donate to MS, free Karen Reed. Thanks, Johnny. Shenanigans, thanks for the $5. Brigham and Women has a special place in my heart. Thank you, Shenanigans. Jennifer, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. So very kind of you. And to those who received them randomly, welcome. Charlie's Angels says, Tully is the one that arrested Aiden Carney, or TB, Turtle Boy. Tully took Karen Reed's phone this past January for talking to Turtle Boy. Tully got Mr. Reed, Nathan, and John Silveria's phone records a month ago. Didn't he also get all of the vehicle records and banking records? Wow. The roots of the family tree in Canton are really twisted, my friends. Laura, thanks for the super sticker. RN in mental health for 10 years. Over 10 years. This is concerning. Thank you, Celine, who says just joined. Great chat, great community. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. Scott C., thanks for the 20. In the timbers of Fairview Road, the wolves are running around. The winter was so hard and cold, froze 10 feet beneath the ground. Don't murder me. Beg of you, don't murder me. John O'Keefe. Robert Hunter. It's from a Grateful Dead song called Dire Wolf. If you know, you know. Thanks, Scott, for the 20. And Kate, thanks for your super sticker so much. And Jackie Driscoll, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Momo Shark, thanks for the super sticker. Maureen, thank you for the 10, says, please find a cure for MS.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
That's the way we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Thanks,
Maureen Francis, for another super sticker today. Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on February, that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
Okay. May I publish the...
Put it into evidence first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, I'm sorry, just FS?
So patronizing.
Yes.
You need to get it to the court reporter, Mr. Jackson. That's how we do it here in Massachusetts.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
Cam, thank you so much for the 50. Donating to MS Research. Cam, you're the best. I know Cam is graduating law school, if he has not already. University of Missouri. Thanks, Cam. You're so generous.
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo, correct?
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo is completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can analyze up.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
Okay. So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Anybody believe that? Anybody ever fracture a wrist because when you fall, you brace your hands like this and you break a wrist, or fracture a wrist or sprain a wrist? He doesn't remember anything about what happened the night Officer O'Keefe was murdered, except he left the house at 12:10. He doesn't remember who he prepped with last week. He doesn't remember anything he testified to a year, but he remembers that in February of 2022, he slipped down a driveway on ice and scraped up all the knuckles on his right hand. Yeah, did you spill the beer? I want to know that too, Martin. Let's take it back and you tell me if you think nobody's ever fallen on their knuckles before. If you think this story of how this happened is rehearsed, if you think it was prepped, if you think it's probable, probable, or real. But he knows this. And he was asked if he was shown any photos by Lally for his prep, and he said no. Let's listen to this again.
Then in my left, I was at a party, a house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
Okay. So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously?
Seriously?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
He said, seriously?
You didn't put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You felt your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection,
fight.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
Oh, he's got receipts on this too, I bet.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
Oh, you know, the internet's going wild now. People are watching this. They're going to be sending deluges of emails to the defense firm today that all the fights that Colin Albert has been in. Look at him sticking his tongue out right there. My freeze frame game is on point today. He's never been in a fight except for his brothers. It would have been so easy to tell the truth, because when you lie about something that is so easily disproven, people tend to come out of the woodwork. We saw that with Katie McLaughlin. Okay. You did it yourself. If the floodgates open, you have nobody to blame but yourself, Colin.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top four knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
Is MMA fighting different
Practice boxing?
than boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
It's not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Calisthenics?
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Okay, yeah, he got him to agree it's boxing, hitting a bag. He's not an MMA fighter? Okay. I thought he practiced MMA fighting. Does he practice biting? I mean, biting. No, that's lank bites. Fighting, boxing. Calisthenics has entered the chat. I did not have calisthenics on my bingo card. That was something they used to call exercise maybe back in the 70s. But at least he admitted that that is considered boxing when you punch a bag. Let's take it back a second.
No.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. when that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles look like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it.
Terrible
Any
fall.
other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
Only thing he injured, slipping on the ice and sliding down a driveway, were the scrapes to his right knuckles. Anybody believe that? Because he had something in his left hand, but he's right-handed. So if he was drinking a beer, which he probably was, because all the kids in Canton drink in high school and nobody seems to care. If he was drinking a beer, would he be holding it in his right hand or his left hand if he's right-handed? You tell me. The only injury he has from this terrible fall on ice, sliding down a driveway, is what he said, was scraping up his right knuckles. Okay.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on
Ooh,
this.
we
I-
posted a video
familiar with
threatening
this.
something. Uh-oh, getting nervous now, drinking the water, getting the cotton mouth. Can't wait to see the video. Better come in, because he's threatening somebody. John O'Keefe's mom right there. John O'Keefe's dad right there. They're sitting together today. Sometimes they don't sit together.
Well, for the morning recess. Thanks for that, but to send. So I'm going to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here. Wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out for the morning.
Oh, this should be
All rise to the
interesting.
court, please. Follow me.
Gonna give him some coffee and bagels at 10:30 here on the East Coast, 10:30 time. Jury's getting coffee and bagels
Short video. You stay right where you are.
because now we're going to do a voir dire of Colin Albert. We've seen more voir dire in this trial than we see in most trials. So I'll explain to you again what a voir dire is. When the judge can't decide and both sides can't agree on whether something should come into evidence, they do a voir dire of the witness and they question the witness as though they would as if they're questioning them in front of the jury, but the jury is sent out of the room. It's also called an offer of proof. And so the judge is able to see what the questions will be, what the witness will say, and then she will make a determination on whether or not the jury will get to hear it. So the jury's been sent out for coffee and bagels. Colin Albert is remaining on the stand, and Alan Jackson's going to give an offer of proof to the judge and the other side about what he wants to introduce into evidence, and we'll see what the judge says about it.
Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Oh, his lawyer's not there today.
All right. So
That's
the
not good.
first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
I separated them.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
Oh, the marking. Oh, the marking.
And with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this Bang Bang.
Bang, bang. He's going to call it bang, bang.
All
With
right.
the court's
thank
permission,
you.
I'm going to call it bang, bang. You can't make this up.
All
Bang,
right, so
bang.
play
As
GG
entered.
first, please.
The trial. I'm going to full screen it for you because I want you to see it.
Your main boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay, and the next one, please.
Your advantage boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
The trial. Adele is in the background. One more time for emphasis. I'm going to beat all your asses. We're going to say it one more time. And listen for Adele in the background. I did not have Adele on my bingo card. We joked about it yesterday, but somebody maybe saw this video and said they were listening to Adele. And this might be from the night in question at 34 Fairview, because if people in your group, your Snapchat group, save a Snapchat video, it is saved on that person's phone. And everybody else in the group knows who saved that video. And I know that because I asked my kids about that last night, because I'm not well versed on Snapchat. One more time.
I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay, and the next one, please.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you now. Fuck you, pussy. Be cool, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Okay.
Video. I can't tell what music is playing in the background, and I can't really even hear what he's saying. If you're going to transcribe what he's saying in the comments, please don't use the actual curse word. Use some asterisks or something after it. But let's hear that one again. That's the actual Bang Bang video.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you now. Fuck you, pussy. Be cool, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Okay.
I can't make out what he's saying.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang video. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school, around.
Where were you?
Don't remember.
Okay,
Where?
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
It was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass, that's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening these advantage boys guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you
Kinda.
threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Oh, he was threatening them. Who are the advantage boys? He just agreed that he was threatening them. This is going to come in. This is coming in. He agreed it was a threat. He's already denied, said he was never in a fight before. But now he's agreeing. Hold on. Who are the advantage boys?
You up, I will beat you. Walk up and just shout.
All right, I'm going to just, there's a trigger warning for language. If you have your children in the room, there's some F words coming.
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening these advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you
Kinda.
threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure. Like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning
Oh,
get over here.
inviting them to a fight.
Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that.
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Oh,
So you change.
oh, he changes his shirt often. That's interesting. In the same night of partying, he changes his shirt often. Why is that? People have theorized that somebody may have changed John O'Keefe's clothes on the night of his murder. Interesting. Colin changes his shirt in the course of one evening. And so he's saying that these two videos could have been made on the same night. Anybody else picking up on this a little bit? Apparently the Advantage Boys are a hockey team in a neighboring town, somebody said. Wait, what exactly? What teenage boy in high school changes his shirt during the course of an evening out making Snapchat videos? Is he changing his costume for the next Snapchat video? Very interesting to me.
Change your shirt
I'm not sure.
after?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that.
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay.
I do that often.
So you changed your shirt on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around you?
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
Do not remember.
Did he show up to the grand jury, the federal grand jury, with more busted up knuckles? You know they've got video of this or photographs. Like they could have had their PI surveilling this kid. Wow. You guys, is anybody else on the edge of their seat? As am I. he showed up to another hearing, which must mean the federal grand jury, because we know he didn't testify in front of the state grand jury, because we know he wasn't even interviewed by troopers until 18 months after the murder of John O'Keefe. Here we go.
And you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
Do not remember.
July 27th, 2023. Do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
Do you remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
Well, that's a statement.
I'll rephrase that.
Speaks for
My
itself.
apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second, ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag. Yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again, not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know.
A haymaker. Haymaker has entered the chat. What's a haymaker? Somebody clue me in. Kid hits the heavy bag, doesn't know how many times, but all the time. He doesn't wrap his hands. Do most people wrap their hands? Got any boxers in the chat or anybody who hits a heavy bag, male or female? Not gender specific. Do you wrap your hands and do you hit this heavy bag with both hands? What is a haymaker? He said it's your strongest punch. Take it back a second because this is.
You're right.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, okay. I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again, not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, right? Is
Objection.
I'll allow it.
that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not sure.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's take a break before Lally flops. Lally flops. Whip says that a haymaker is a big, wide, sweeping, full power punch. It's a boxing swing. Apparently he showed up to the grand jury with knuckles that were raw because he was questioned about it during the grand jury proceedings by whichever attorney was questioning him. Because remember, the defense firm was not there. Mr. Lally was not there. There's a parallel federal investigation going on of the investigation of the Karen Reed murder case, the John O'Keefe murder case that Karen Reed is on trial for murder for. And this kid shows up to testify there with raw knuckles on his right hand. Again, hit me with your best shot. Thank you. Thank you, Castro Valley Lip. Hit me with your best shot. And now comes the Lally. Will he flop? What's the over-under on whether Lally will flop on this? Remember, the jury is out of the room. This is a voir dire to see what Colin will testify to if the judge will allow these bang bang videos to come in to show his vicious propensities.
Mr. Albert,
Oh, do you think he's shaking right now? Do you think he's clenching his butt cheeks right now as the sirens go by? Oh boy. Yeah. Bad boys, bad
when
boys.
those videos were made,
What you
you
gonna
were a
do?
sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
No, because he was 17 in January of 2022, Lally. Are you paying attention? Dude, this is your case. Are you paying attention? If he was 16 when he made those videos, it was shortly before the night of John O'Keefe's murder because he was 17. Okay, Lally has flopped sooner than thought. So let's listen to that again. Lally flop, ooh, lally, 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 lally flop. Ba-dum, bum, bum.
When those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
No,
And,
not correct.
As far as
Okay. Nobody knows how to do
in
math?
those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
Oh, the P word has entered the chat.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids, or what their names were, or anything like that?
Not at all.
And was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Do you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I very briefly?
Please.
You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Yeah,
Correct.
same year John O'Keefe died.
They have money on.
Yes.
Okay. Again.
That's all I have this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
We'll hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm going to
Let's
ask
do
you
that.
about it.
Let's excuse the witness so that we can talk about it outside his presence because he's already been prepped enough about what's happening here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay,
Understood.
so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true, but in front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay,
Right.
but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood, understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family.
Mm-hmm.
Arm draped over his aunt, he's with his mom, looking very, very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony.
That's right.
There's no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third party culprit defense?
It goes to both.
And Bowdoin.
It certainly goes to Bowdoin, but yes, it also goes to our third party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's
No, let's go back to yesterday. Am I insane? Am I remembering this wrong? Didn't Lally put up a picture of Colin with his mom, and he's holding a red Solo cup? And I know this because I used it in my thumbnail today. He's holding a red Solo cup with his arm around his mom. And he said, wasn't this photo taken when your cousin came home from the Marines and you had a party sometime around February of 2022, shortly after John O'Keefe was killed? And pay attention to your knuckles and any injuries that you have on your face. Am I misremembering? Because it's quite possible that I could be misremembering. But he's the one who put that photo up because he's been playing defense this entire trial. This entire trial, he's been trying to get out in front of the third party culprit defense by showing, look at Colin's knuckles in February when his cousin came home from the Marines, because that's when this picture was taken according to the metadata, and he doesn't look injured at all. And now the defense has entered a picture, or is trying to get this picture in, We showed I think we showed the picture from Johnny's, right? That wasn't part of the voir dire? Or was that part of the voir? Okay, now my head is spinning. The Bang Bang videos about showing how Colin has violent propensities goes to not only the Bowden defense of shoddy investigation, and this investigation was so bad that you can't rely on it at all, jury, because the police never even looked at Colin Albert at all, despite him having close family ties with Proctor. Nobody ever mentioned his name as being in the house. And it also goes to third-party culprit, and this stuff better come in, otherwise this whole thing is fixed. A lot of people have been saying that. I've been trying to keep an open mind. But Lally's now going to say that that defense opened the door. You showed that picture of him and his mother. What a good boy he is in February. Look at how clean his knuckles are. No black eyes. Give me a break. She's going to have to take a break before she decides it anyway.
Exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
It's the same year.
I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim.
So now you're admitting the victim was at the house too? Because Allie did that yesterday. Allie on the stand said, well, but Colin wasn't at the house when John O'Keefe was there. So now Lally just says Colin wasn't at the house when John O'Keefe was there. Why was Colin kept out of this whole entire investigation? Why was his name hidden? If it looks suspect, it probably is.
At all. As far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was...
Except for the dead body that looks like it was beaten to a pulp. Except for the dead body that has injuries to his face, where at least 3 of your first responders said he had what looked like an egg on the right side of his forehead. He looked like he had been beaten to a pulp. He had 2 black eyes, multiple skull fractures, including a 3-inch gash to the back of his head with no blood at the scene other than a couple of droplets of blood. He had defensive wounds to both his hands, John O'Keefe did. What looked like animal attack injuries to his right forearm and upper arm. No lower body injuries to the torso or legs to indicate that he was hit by a vehicle. And you're going to tell this court and the world that is watching right now that there is no evidence that there was a fight here, sir? Is that what you want the world to believe? You've called 31 witnesses, and the first week of testimony was first responders who talked about the body of John O'Keefe. I have to rewind that because I am in shock that he's making this. Look at him resting his knuckles on the table. Maybe he could suggest that's how Colin roughed up his own knuckles instead of slipping down the driveway on ice. This is outrageous. We are outraged. There's no evidence that there was a fight. Wow, dude, just when I thought you couldn't be any worse, you keep surprising me with your idiocy.
That's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not 2, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight.
No evidence of a fight.
There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe on the night that John
Questionable.
O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
Except for the body and the injuries to the body. Juvenile beef has entered the chat.
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got 2 black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence and present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay. So may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking now. All right. So I will. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
She's going to go back there and make some phone calls because she's going to have some splaining to do to the higher ups in this case, I would submit to you. I'm going to fast forward. We're behind, but we need to take a little break before we even hear this ruling because they're still on break. All right. I'm taking this down. We're going to, if you're watching on 14 other streams, please, do not put any spoilers in the chat because we're going to remain behind until we talk about this a little bit. Wow, just wow. Did Lally really just say there's no evidence of anything? Because he's the one putting on the case right now. And yeah, he's right. There's no evidence of anything. And who's that on, sir? That's on you. That is on you. Cam, what an amazing, generous $50 contribution. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And congratulations on your graduation from law school. Sons 107, thank you so much for the 5. Very generous. Prestige. Thanks, Melanie, for the wonderful coverage. Is Colin wearing the same shirt as yesterday with a sweater over it? I don't think so. Yesterday he had a button-down plaid shirt on, and today it looks like he's wearing like a golf shirt underneath his Lacoste type sweatshirt as such. Fan makes me nauseous. Hot Mess Equines, thank you so much. Great coverage and commentary. Love to the mods and generous members for the cause. Thank you so much to the mods who are working overtime today. I know this is not easy. Nicholas, thank you so much for donating to MS via Venmo. I'll read those off later. Thank you so much. Nicole, actually, it says Nicole Hoban. Thank you so much, Nicole. Suzanne says, my aunt died of MS on 12/22/2015. I know that the nightmare that it is. More to the cause, and thank you. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Your very generous donation. Thank you. Danielle Riso, thank you for the 10. Says, thank you for your coverage of this trial. Super engaging and awesome. Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you to Michael for your super sticker. And for Kat This and That for your super sticker. Appreciate you. And Marlene, thank you so much for the 20. God bless you and your work. Thank you. Thank you, Marlene. I appreciate you, all of you so much. Linda Momborcat, thank you for the 10. Says, doing great work, Melanie. Thank you. Danielle Siebert, my BFF has MS. It's a small contribution, but with love. Thank you so much, Daniela. It's not about the money. It's about the thought, and just being here and watching is a gift. Thank you so much. Shannon Brown says, free Karen Reed for the MS fund, contributes a 10. Thank you so much. Cat This and That with another 5. Thank you, everyone. I'm an MS patient at MS Center at the Brigham and Women Hospital MS Center. We wish you all the prayers and all the healing vibes and hope that you're doing well. And if not in remission, that you will be soon. Cat This and That. Mozzie, thank you so much from Australia. Donation in honor of my sister-in-law who lost her fight to MS in 2016, age 46. Married, leaving behind a husband and 2 young children, a terrible disease. Prayers for Karen Reed and my sister-in-law. God bless you and your family. And may the memories of your sister-in-law comfort you in these hard times. And we are sending all of our love and prayers to you, Mozzie. Thank you, Kathy Todd, for your super sticker. And Nina, thank you so much for your super chat. Melanie, what was the outcome of the federal grand jury? We don't know. We don't know. It's still ongoing. That case is still ongoing. But what we do know is that at least 3,400 pages of documents that were uncovered during the federal investigation were released to both sides in this case. And I believe that is how Alan Jackson had the Life 360 data from Allie McCabe's phone. And if they did, Lally did too. And if he didn't prep her on that, that's on him. That's his huge fail, because they had the same information that the feds gave to the defense. Mayor, thank you so much. Says, I have MS and I'm thankful to Procedural Wide for matching donations. Love your channel. Thank you for what you do and for just being you. Oh, thanks, Mayor. And we're wishing you all good health and healing vibes and hoping that you are feeling okay as well. Nathaniel Brown, thank you so much for the 20. Says, and I quote, embarrassed with failure, I try to reverse the course that my tread has already traversed. That's a great quote, Nathaniel Brown. Thank you for that. Here comes the judge. Thanks for the 20, Nathaniel. Appreciate you.
Counsel at Sidebar. I wasn't
Of
sure.
course you will. Thanks, Beck, for your super chat. Says, this is a circus for Karen Reed, MS Research. Thanks, Beck Edwards. Scorpio Moon for MS. Thank you for your donation as well. Amanda Carl, thanks for your donation. So happy to donate to both Melanie and MS. This case is bananas. Can't make this up. Colin is sus at best and invasive at worst. Thanks, Amanda.
And, oh, actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
So the witness is coming back, and we're going to go back to cross-examination.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay, so let's wait a minute.
Thank you, Julie, for the super sticker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at a video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay, the jury is seeing it, folks. The jury is back in the room, and Alan Jackson is going to be able to play these videos for the jury. I'm going to full screen it for you again so you can see it all in its full glory.
Yo, your Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when
Me and StreamYard have some beef. We're going to have some beef because they keep swiping me out of the stream. There's issues, but don't worry. Don't worry. I'm back. I always come back. They leave you for a minute, but I always come back. It's always StreamYard. Always. It's not worth it. Is there another platform out there? I don't think there is. Let's get back to Colin and hear what he has to say about the video. And he stands by his testimony that he's never been in a fight before. He's going to say, he's going to ask when it was taken.
did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another videos at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath,
Correct.
same oath that you took here.
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm going to fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Earmuffs for your
Actually,
kids.
you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm going to beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
Okay, another video coming in. I can't believe it, but it's coming.
Fuck you. Fuck you. We go, boy, you be knocked out. Hey, yo, bang, bang.
What? May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Earmuffs.
More of an insult?
Yeah. More of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr.
Prompting them to
Jackson.
fight.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You're
Really?
just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
Okay. He admits their threats. He admits their threats. And just because this is the most Hollywood moment that we've seen this far in this trial, I am going to rewind so that you can watch Smooth as Butter Alan Jackson do his rendition of KO Bang Bang in front of this jury.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
Wow.
When
Wow.
you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio. Yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form. Yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Robert.
Okay, Ms. Smiley?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury's in the room, you guys.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh, you want to approach? What are you going to do now to try and save yourself, sir? Lally flop, ooh, lally flop, lally flop, ooh, lally flop, bum bum. You couldn't make this up, kids, if you tried. You could not script this better in a Hollywood writer's room, my friends. The Bang Bang videos of Colin Albert with Adele playing in the background have now entered the trial, and he has admitted in open court in front of the jury that those Snapchat videos that he made probably in his senior year of high school, which was the same year that Officer O'Keefe was murdered during, because you recall he was murdered in January of 2022. Colin would have been a senior and graduated in the spring of 2022. He was threatening the Advantage Boys, which I guess is a local hockey team from another town, and threatening physical harm to them. It's in there. The jury has seen it. And they've also heard now that Colin testified at another proceeding in July of 2023, which we know is the federal grand jury. The jury does not know that. And that he showed up to that hearing with his right hand knuckles busted up because he was questioned about it during the federal grand jury. And he said his right knuckles were busted up because he was punching a bag doing cardio. But he wants you and me and this jury to believe that the photo that was taken Fenway Johnny's by the Fenway Johnny's photographer mid-February of 2022, where he also had busted up right knuckles, came from him slipping down a driveway. And he had something in his left hand, maybe a drink, maybe his phone. And he broke his fall with his right knuckles. And that's the only part of his body that was injured when he slid down that icy driveway in February of 2022. And it was also pointed out to the jury that the photo they were shown by Lally-Flop of a sweet-looking Colin with no injuries and his mom could have been manipulated. The metadata could have been manipulated. The injuries that he may or may not have had at that time could have been photoshopped out, but not with the Fenway Johnny's photo because they didn't have control of that photo. The internet is forever. Sean, you're correct. Sean says this should be a lesson to kids to stop being idiots on social media. Nothing is ever deleted. And it can come back to haunt you.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Okay, he doesn't understand words like altercation. You think he's going to understand sequestration? Lally, have you not been paying attention? This is your witness. And to get up there and the first thing that you're going to say, Allie isn't really your cousin, is it? Again, why don't you address the most explosive parts of what just happened first? And then at the end, you can say, and Allie's not really your cousin, by the way, either, right? Because really at this point, what does it matter? It doesn't.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any of those things, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Wrong answer.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And where about, or what was the context in which you would have seen him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you have come into contact with him?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael
Dude.
Proctor?
Not the most explosive part of the
Mostly
testimony.
just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
There are some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's been hanging on to that exhibit for quite some time. Hang on a second here. This is a big part of the prosecution. And it's been like this since they started talking about why Brian Albert and Nicole Albert didn't come out of their house when there were, fire trucks and ambulances and Karen screaming bloody murder on their lawn and several patrol cars, and they didn't wake up. The defense, the prosecution, I keep calling them the defense because I feel like they've been very defensive this whole trial. The prosecution's, the Commonwealth's story is, well, listen, nobody else came out of their house on that street, right? And they asked every single witness that. Nobody else came out of their house, right? So it wasn't so unusual that they didn't come out of their house either. Now he's doing the same thing with Colin. Well, you talked to all of your other friends on Snapchat too, right? Not just Allie. You see what's going on here? It's a very, very defensive prosecution, and it's been that way since out of the gate, and it's very unusual, unlike anything we've ever seen. This may go up there in history as being one of the craziest trials in the history of trials.
Queries before that was messages regarding picking you, and the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of.
Thank you.
That period of sort of January 28th until February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
So you saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hands, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
So it's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
You're an athlete, correct? Okay. Walk yourself into this one, Lally, because guess what? Somebody pointed out that his football stats when he was a senior in high school, which was the year Officer O'Keefe was murdered, he was 200 pounds. It looks less than that now. I don't know his height. But yeah, let's get into how athletic he was.
At least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at, I forget, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
But also, you knew that nobody was going to say you were ever in the house. So you had no reason to hide your knuckles when you were at Fenway Johnny's, right? The more Lally talks, the more he inserts his foot in his mouth. It's mind numbing.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
Okay, 16. He was 17 when this happened.
Sometime in your sophomore year of high school.
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before
No.
your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
What's a couple of years? 16 to 17.
Video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. I would submit to you, my friends, that threatening strangers over the internet gives even more reason to think that he would threaten people that he really had a beef with in person. Does Lally think this is helping him? He's threatening people over Snapchat that he doesn't even know. And yet the jury should believe that it's too far of a leap to make that he might have beef with someone that he actually does know and have beef with. Are we kidding? Tell me this, is Advantage club hockey within Norfolk County? Could any members of the jury have kids or grandkids that are on Advantage club hockey team? I need to know. I know you guys know.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never played hockey.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall which came first, as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
Oh, got a little salty because you're defending the ladies now. You're defending the ladies. Okay, take that back a second. Michael says that you said the hockey team was texting you. How'd they get your phone number?
What the argument? Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
The girls hung out with them a few times. So the guys got jealous, salty, hung out a few times. Remember how Brian Albert said that he was just hanging out in bed with Nicole with both their cell phones in between them and his reading glasses, and they were having intimate relations, hung out. Is that what that means? Hung out in the verbiage of Canton? That the girls in his friend group were hanging out. They hung out with these kids in the club hockey team, and him and his guy friends got a little salty and decided to threaten, bang, bang, gonna KO you over the internet. Is that what goes on there? Is that what hanging out means? Because Brian Albert wants you to believe, and the jury and the world to believe, that he butt dialed Brian Higgins for something like 9 seconds at 2:22 a.m. Didn't actually speak to him because his phone was in his bed with him, as was his wife's phone and his reading glasses, because that's what he does. It's his ritual. Jealousy was the reason that he was threatening these club hockey guys that he didn't even know. Got a little salty.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
It's not going to play well for you, Lally, that joke.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. You expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
Objection.
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps,
No
our
objection.
sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
Okay. There was no objection to that. The harassment's going to come in now through this witness again. Allie would testify about it. I know he's testifying about it. Hippie Check has a great comment. I believe those videos just proved to the jury that Allie's testimony of harassment about this case was so traumatic to Colin was probably not the case. His harassment could have come for any reasons, many reasons, any reasons. And Deneen coming in here with another great comment, another Natalie Merchant song, Jealousy. Okay. I am sure that Alan Jackson is chomping at the bit, and that's why he didn't actually object to this. So now he's going to say, but it wasn't Karen Reed that was harassing you, right? There were people harassing you all over. That's why you were making these Snapchat videos. Apparently, this Advantage Club hockey team is in Sharon. Someone said, is Sharon in Norfolk County? I have friends from Sharon. Okay. Going to rewind to the beginning of the harassment testimony.
Testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. Can you expound upon that? Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
the past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you did?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Albert, you're all set. I think
Wow.
that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson.
You're right, you guys. I thought he didn't have social media. Maybe.
Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Oh, here comes Matthew McCabe, husband of Jen. Does that mean that Jen's going to be up next? But court ends at 1 today.
Step right up. Watch your step. Remain standing and face the court.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Matthew McCabe, M-C-C-A-B-E,
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, do you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer,
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe been married?
2022, so 23 years in August.
Dude, you better get that right.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
Don't, why?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
IT. He's in
And, how
IT.
long have you been doing that?
2009. So I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days of the week it is.
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point, you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Is that the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
my second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
So just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
And was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the Junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that game would start or game would be scheduled for them?
No.
Yes.
And what time is that, Jennifer?
Typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was, they were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
So fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them. Yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers usually.
Did he say that they went to the Junction before the game or after the game? I don't feel like rewinding it because I don't care that much, but somebody just put in the chat, I forget who, that didn't Allie testify they had a team dinner at their house that night for the basketball team before the game? So which was it? Did they go to the Junction for dinner or did they have the team dinner? Curious.
The parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game, game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the Junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it?
A Ford Edge?
It was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget which one, what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall. with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
Okay, so they're going out to dinner for Brian Jr.'s birthday, but Brian Jr. doesn't even show up. Everyone's saying, who cares? Who cares? Why are they asking all of this stuff? The more witnesses that Lally calls, which I think is a big mistake, the more their testimony contradicts each other. Let him call them all. Let him ask them all his ridiculous list of questions, because the more they testify, the more they're conflicting each other. He went to the junction. Did he go to the junction with friends or was he with his family? Because Allie testified there was a team dinner at the house. So good. Let all these inconsistencies in. You don't think they're important now, these details, but they're going to be when it's pointed out how everyone's got a different story. See what I'm getting at? The more witnesses you call, the more conflicting testimony you're going to have, which in a case like this is a huge mistake. In his opening, Lally introduced something like 76 characters to the jury. Yeah, they're celebrating a birthday where the birthday boy isn't even there. Yeah, and can you tell he had no interest in going? He's like, I work all week. I don't want to go to the waterfall with your family on a Friday night. I want to go home and go to bed.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., maybe he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Little Brian. We call him Little Brian.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yes, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister, and a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And thank God for the Colakeithases.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who would?
That would be Nick and Karina Colakeithas.
The shining light in this whole entire trial so far. The only ones who aren't related or have some family ties to everyone else.
Arrive at the waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct, I parked.
Do you have a high top table? What'd you drink?
When you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there and where did you go?
What was the weather?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
And where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. They were in the third table, long table closest to the bar.
Was it high top?
Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well.
Yes, there was.
Oh, yes, there was a band.
Prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, you recall what, if anything, you did or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person with this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you say bang bang KO? Do you all say
Besides
that?
the sort of wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects.
Not
so
what Lally
possibly.
wanted you to say.
I don't know
clearly.
for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
Her
That
device
is correct.
was hooked up to the Bluetooth.
Now,
Actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were in. I was on the call for a while, so I think I had my kids still in the car
With the hockey coach.
when I was dropping them
For
off.
Allie.
So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on. Again, I don't remember, but I
Who,
must
if
have been
anyone,
listening on my
was driving your
holding it
SUV?
in my hand.
and when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisis, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
And to be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Or
Yeah,
family?
family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakitis came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Obviously,
Yes.
you were out and you were at a bar. I got to speed it up because I
From
just
what you
can't take it.
recall, you were drinking, and most, if not all, the other people were drinking as well.
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
Bud Light?
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And
Okay, vodka. I wasn't vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light. Does the waterfall serve Crystal Light, sir? Or do you bring little packages of your own, little powder packages, the single packs with you in your man bag? What bar serves Crystal Light? Vodka, water with a splash of Crystal Light. Okay. Crystal Light has entered in another product placement for Crystal Light. He didn't name the vodka. He didn't say Tito's, Grey Goose, Kettle. Vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
something that you would normally drink?
No,
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town.
He was in the weight
I was
loss
trying to stay away
challenge.
from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No,
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking.
Were you going one
Um,
for one with people at
you
the
know,
high top?
I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. You know, I don't know for sure.
3 to 5.
You know, but give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was
Wasn't counting
drinking
people's
faster
drinks.
than somebody else or
Allie.
et cetera.
Wasn't counting other people's drinks.
In that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12. So a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, right?
That's what he
Yes, a
just
little,
said.
I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
He wasn't paying
Yes.
attention.
Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other. But let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there then?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes,
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes,
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
yes,
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to Waterfall?
yes. I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
Right. Jason Rivera.
As far as you knew Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the Waterfall, correct?
yes,
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or not a closed courtroom?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
I just ask that the record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
Why don't we name them in open court, Lally?
Tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple hundred yards, 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe. Drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses, took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes,
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kate?
yes. My 3rd daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in his house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kate?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten? 7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten suffices. So
Okay.
fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. There's a door. I was trying to.
Let me see.
No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't.
Nobody can hear
hear the
him,
end of
Matt.
it.
Don't worry.
So around that time that Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of them.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father, and so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
They were in touch constantly. Wait until you see Jen McCabe's phone records, how much she called and texted John O'Keefe. People have pointed out in the comments that, that people were very jealous of Karen, that maybe Jen McCabe thought that she was John's helper. She was driving the kids around. She was helping John, coming to John's rescue, helping John, she and Carrie Roberts both. And then when Karen came in the picture, maybe they didn't like Karen so much. So when people say, what was the motive here? What was the motive here? Was this woman being displaced by Karen when she wanted to be close to John and help him out with those kids? I don't know. But her own husband seems to think she did a lot with those kids, and she was in communication with John quite a bit, he said. So let's pay attention to what he says about his wife and John O'Keefe.
And in particular,
John, so play dates, things of that nature. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father, and so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jen?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Sutcliffe, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you to move first, or they to move first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
Why did they move?
Where did John and the kids move?
They moved.
They moved
a little further away from. They're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was a COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that, or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
For those of you who are new to the case, you might not know that. With those of us who have been through all the court documents knew that was the initial reason that John wanted to introduce Karen to Jen McCabe, is that they both have MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm going to say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the two children came over the house that day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it was practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating, or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would. No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top when they first came in?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Hi, shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Kolokisis was right next to me. There was a wall.
It's on 1.5 because I can't bear this any longer. It was on 1 1/4 and it didn't even feel like it was sped up. Keep in mind that while John may have wanted Karen and Jen McCabe to be friends because of their shared diagnosis of MS, and what did he say, summer of 2020 is when they first met, that Karen did not have Jen McCabe's contact information in her phone. So they never did become friends, because that morning, didn't she have to wake up the niece to call Jen McCabe because she did not have Jen's contact information? Am I correct about that? Or was that with regard to Carrie? I think she had Carrie's information. She did not have Jen McCabe's. Correct me if I'm wrong. But apparently their friendship did not take off. Now it's on 1.5 until we get to real time.
Wall. It's kind of thin. Table ends. There's a little space and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
It's fair to say that Kolokisis didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife.
Fair to say, they obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct.
Here they come again.
You get water.
So if I could ask, as far as
Is he going to try and now discredit the Kolokithises, who were the most honest witnesses thus far in this trial? Lally's going to say, is it fair to say they didn't know anybody very well because you were all family and they weren't? Okay, see how well that goes over with the jury like a lead balloon.
Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
What was John
I
wearing?
recall it a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and got shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Puffy jacket.
He had one on. He had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what if any injuries did you observe on at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light Limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool, and maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
This is a guy who notices and counts other people's drinks. Noticed he was drinking Bud Light Lime and thought that was weird. Okay.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or have?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
You assumed because you were drinking vodka.
Absent the Crystal Light.
Can't assume. She was drinking a clear liquid. You assume it's vodka because you're drinking vodka? Okay.
Which I'll leave that alone for now. But
What?
absent the Crystal-
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent the Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now. But absent the Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Objection.
Yes, could have been vodka, water. Exactly. I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Were you then sort of if any, annoyed that you went out to the as such waterfall sort of with your kind of relatives and other people you didn't know? Were you at any point sort of, if any, annoyed that you were then out when the birthday boy as such, sort of Brian Jr. or little Brian, did not show up?
Now, from the time that you were in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
The mood.
Everybody was just having a good time,
What were
hanging
the
out,
vibes like, Matt?
socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
Were you being
As far
silly?
as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
Did you notice your buddies play wrestling and grabbing each other around the waist?
You
And
mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school?
Bishop Fian.
Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that she applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
You know why she got in? Because Karen stayed home during COVID.
To Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs.
He just told the world that he hates his wife. The only reason he was happy was because he was in a bar. Do you think he's going to get beaten up when he gets home when the social media internet world on which his wife has at least 20 sock puppet accounts to torture people on the cesspool of Twitter, including me, by the way? Do you think he's going to get beaten to a pulp when he gets home verbally about just telling everyone the only reason he was happy was because he was in a bar with his wife? We're replaying that one. Don't worry, Mama Ames. We are replaying that one at regular speed. Karen said, how do you do it with 4 girls? It must be hard. And here's what husband of Jen McCabe said. You want to ask Lally about their conversations with John and Karen. Here's what you're going to get, because you don't prep your witnesses.
I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to school.
Bishop Thean.
Bishop.
And I'm going to point out that it's been brought out in other testimony that Karen stayed home during COVID with the children when there was no school and there were lockdowns. And she was there with them because John, as a first responder, Boston police officer, had to go to work. And she was there with those kids, working with them, doing their homework, doing all of the remote learning. And perhaps maybe that's why Kaylee got into Bishop Thean. It is also to be pointed out now that I don't know if she ever went to Bishop Thean, because apparently it has been said Jen McCabe talked John's mom, who now has custody of the children, to put Kaylee into Canton High.
Bishop Thean, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that she applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Okay, here it comes.
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any.
Oh, Maddie, you're going to get it
substance.
tonight.
Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
The band that had been playing before, were they still playing? Or had they...
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
So in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last 2 at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because they said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back.
Can I get your
Things
autograph?
of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table. Like, hey, who's ever around, wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving Voir?
I do whatever
that would
she
be
says.
stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your to his brother Christopher Albert? Let me ask you,
Yeah.
what if any other discussion, other than going to your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes.
Oh, yes, this is where you want me to talk about people wanting Chris Albert to make pizza at D&E. I got it, Lally. I got it. Picking up what you're laying down, Lally. I see what you're doing here.
There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza.
We were not going to allow anyone else to have any fun because we were on this diet, even though it is tradition. It's what we do. We make pizza. We make pizza when kids turn 21, and yet Brian Jr. wasn't even there, and he was turning 23. Karina Kolothikis said in her, Proctor wrote down in Karina Kolothikis's original statement, quote, Karen, I'm not quoting because I don't have them in front of me. Karen was pushing to go to D&E Pizza to get Chris to make pizzas to continue partying. That's what Proctor wrote in Karina Kolothikis' statement. Karina Kolothikis did not say that when she came in to testify on the stand during one of the first few days of this trial that seems to be going on for years, but we're only on day 13. Lally wanted to make sure he got someone to say that Karen was pushing to go to D&E Pizza to continue partying. But Maddie's going to tell you that him and Chris were like, we're not doing that. We're not going to make pizza because we're on a diet and no one else should have pizza. Let's listen to that again because this is important because this is what Lally's getting at. Karen wanted to continue partying. But he didn't say partying. He said she wanted pizza, even though she has Crohn's. And she's had many, many surgeries on her colon. And I'm not sure what the status is now, but I'm not sure how much pizza she actually eats.
Chris Albert owns in Canton Center.
What, if any, discussion was there in regard to your, to his brother, Christopher Albert?
It's like, huh?
Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion, other than going to your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, is that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave you and Mr. Kolothikis and you walk out of the waterfall, you go over to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you did?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side.
Methinks Jen is always in the driver's seat. Bum. How many drinks did Jen have? You said you had like at least 3 to 5 vodkas with your Crystal Light and water because you're on a diet. So you weren't driving. How many drinks did Jen have? Because you're letting her drive. Oh, the Bluetooth is going to come in now because Jen's on the phone with John. Listen up.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. Oakey?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John and it said, where to? He was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her, just call him. instead of texting him back.
Rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Correct.
Did they have an Apple CarPlay screen where the text came up on the screen? Did it come up on the screen? How do you know he said where to? Were you looking over her shoulder, looking at her phone? Were you suspicious because she was texting John O'Keefe all the time? Because we're going to see when those phone records come in that there's something like 26 phone calls. Jen called John O'Keefe's phone 26 times, I think, after 12:30 that evening. Curious and curiouser.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this. Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address, you describe to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and
Helping with the
telling him
directions.
Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was.
You don't know why?
I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from
Don't
Sherman,
assume.
from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. We said, well, you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay, drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
He said the house would come up on the left. Rick says this is such a waste of time. No, but listen, this is important because he says he's helping with the directions that when they come up, the house is going to be on their left. But that's not what happened. Karen pulled up and the house was on their right. So something as such had happened where they got lost, maybe. Hang on. We'll get there. Maybe Lala will get there. Probably not before today is over, but we'll try.
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes,
Around the same age?
exact same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, you can say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, or how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where? in
Did I
the
say
house-
Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated in when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, yeah, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar question I asked you about the waterfall as far as how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no.
Did you say Julie was excited? Because I thought Julie Albert and Chris Albert went home. Is that what he said? Julie was excited? Hold on, because Julie and Chris's original statements do say that they were there originally. So hold the phone. Did he just blow this whole thing up? Let's go back to who he says was in the house.
As far as 12:30, you left somewhere closer to about 1:40.
About, I'd say a little over,
People mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were
close around floor where you go.
Hold on.
And Brian Albert Sr.
in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where? in
Did
the
I say
house-
Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
Why would Julie Nagel be excited
And
to
from
see
your
him?
recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, yeah, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar question I asked you about the waterfall as far as how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up.
Julie
Good to
was
see us.
excited.
Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
Do you think that he's talking about Julie Nagel? That Juliana Nagel was excited that they just showed up? Because didn't she like babysit their dog once, Bailey the golden doodle, and also drove the kids around? Think Julie Nagel was excited to see them, or do you think he slipped and meant Julie Albert, mother of Colin, who claims she went home with a migraine? I don't know. You decide.
No.
And do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
It's kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table.
A foolish
But
video?
other than that,
Now I need
just
to know.
socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Was Bang
Yes.
Bang?
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song "It's Raining Men."
And do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video? Why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's a in the family. It's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see.
It's going to be raining men in Canton tonight. Might be some rehoming going on as well.
We're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
And
So you like to bully people in the family too, like your sister-in-laws, right?
you have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
Never saw
Obviously,
Colin.
You know your daughter, your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter Allie was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there. You didn't see her there. You didn't know if she'd been there before you or anything like that.
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door.
Really?
Other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the
But she didn't go.
Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, you know, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been to I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew, Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after.
Why would Julie be so excited that you came by? I'm having trouble with this. This is weird, right? It's weird. Brian Jr. used to babysit the dog, but sometimes Julie helped out.
But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
You had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes,
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
correct. Didn't know her well.
Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Miss Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Miss Nagel or Miss Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. My wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Miss Levinson or Miss Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But
Didn't know what you signed up for at that point in town. I don't know if that's going to age very well for Matt McCabe. Lally, Didn't know what you signed up for at that point in time, did you? Jen's offering a ride to the two girls because they want to stay longer. Because now Julie is so excited that Jen McCabe showed up, it seems. Because Matt barely knew her. Why was Julie Nagel so excited to see Jen McCabe? And isn't she the one who sent screenshots of her text messages to Jen McCabe with her brother Ryan? And somebody says, no, he meant Julie Albert, in my opinion. Yep. Ride a Nation says that's new. Ryan, Ricky, Julie Nagel said there were no vehicles in between Karen Reed's car and Nagel's truck. McCabe had said several times there was a Jeep parked in the street. Christy, a painter's daughter, says it's the men protecting the women. Let's see if he can talk his way out of this one, because that's not what you signed up for, Matt, was it? Driving these girls home, you didn't even know where they lived.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly.
Know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
Didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point, when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
Oh, really? They're just talking about, oh, there's another vehicle out front. Which door was it, Matt? Which door was it? You guys remember what Julie Nagel said? What door she went out to see her to her brother's car? What door was it?
Hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table, and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again,
In addition to sort of the regular front doors, there's like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through. Is that?
that would be the front door. I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, it's the front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked at that point, either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Okay. What? This is the problem when you call too many witnesses, because everyone has a different story. And now the jury is like, what? She said she went out the front door. Now you're saying she went out the side door. You're sitting with your back to the windows in the dining room. And someone says, oh, there's another car out there. And he's thinking, oh, it must be John and Karen. So he gets up out of his chair to look out the window to look at the other car. What? This isn't what you signed up for, Matt. Not what you signed up for. Didn't Julie Nagel say she went out the front door, the center door, the one that she had to walk down the steps and then get into the driveway? She didn't walk out the covered door, which I'm going to call the side door for purposes of this. Her brother said she came out the side door too. She says she went out the front door after all those Mick Ultras. And she was looking at her feet because she didn't want to slip and fall. Okay. Matt signed up for a diet competition and they took it too far. Oblivious Benson in the chat. Do you believe that this guy got up, his back is to the windows, and he gets up to look out the window because someone said there's another car out there? What? Let's just take it back, because now we're going to just start picking apart the discrepancies. And it's Lally's fault for calling all these witnesses to give us so many things to pick apart.
I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point, when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
What drew your attention?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so, upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table, and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door.
Well, which did you do?
Of the house. So again,
In addition to sort of the regular front doors, there's like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through. Is that?
that would be the front door. I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. if you're looking at the house, it's your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked at that point, either looked out the window or walked over to the front door.
Which is it? You looked out the window right behind where you're sitting, or you walked all the way over to the front door? Which was it and why? And why are now you being all of a sudden very vague when you're very clear that you were drinking vodka, water, and Crystal Light, a splash of Crystal Light?
Which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door at the front door, when you looked out, what if anything, did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, I didn't. It was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, a dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
Oh, so she was picking up the kids too.
Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
You remember what
He
color
had
it was?
No, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John.
So you looked out the front door, you looked out the windows, you're still not clear, but now you say you're looking out the front door.
That was my focus. I didn't look for.
That was your focus? Your focus wasn't like caring about Julie getting her ride because you knew you were driving her home because you didn't sign up for that, even though you didn't know where she lived. It's Canton. It's not that big, you said. Now you're focused on Karen's black SUV outside the front door because now you're at the front door looking through the storm door. You're focused on that. Okay.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole.
The island of rhododendrons that could look like a black blob, 5 to 6. How big are the rhododendrons? Are the rhododendrons maybe 5 to 6 feet in length over by the flagpole? In the dark, because none of the outside lights worked, apparently. Could it look like a black blob over near the flagpole? Inquiring minds want to know.
If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole right there. There's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
Was there a body?
Now, after you look out this initial time and see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door, was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
No, I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes, and 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
Thought it was weird.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it's further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Thought it was weird.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking it back to the waterfall just for a second. when you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather?
Oh, here comes the
The
weather.
snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flat, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And go
What
back
the
to my
hell
seat.
are they doing?
And
First, it
as-
was weird, and now he's like, what the hell are they doing? I don't know. Was he hot for Karen? Was he anxiously awaiting Karen's arrival? Because now he's not at a bar anymore. He's with his in-laws or relatives or whatever, his sister's family, his wife's sister's family. He's happy when they were in a bar. He's like, what the hell are they doing? Really?
Other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Albert's residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Albert's residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of it.
Let me guess, Matt. Let me guess. I'm just going to be Kreskin for a minute. Anybody remember Kreskin? Was it approximately 60 to 62 feet where Officer O'Keefe's body was found? Was it approximately 60 to 62 feet further away from where Officer O'Keefe's body was found? We don't really know where it was found because nobody took any pictures. Nobody made any measurements. Nobody did a little diagram like they do on TV of where the body was. But you looked out the window 3 times. And now you're saying it was closer to the next house. He's the only witness who's going to put the SUV there. In fact, Julie Nagel says when she went outside to see her brother, that car was gone because she saw it too, but it was gone. Okay, Matt, this is not what you signed up for.
The house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no
60
idea.
feet.
I'd have to measure it.
Not 3 times.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You can
A
see
wave in the road. Oh, so he's putting the Jeep there. He's putting Higgins' feet there, Jeep there. He's the only witness that has seen Higgins' Jeep. He just said the Jeep, right? He just said the Jeep. He saw a wave pattern. His original statement by Proctor says he saw a V-shaped pattern as if someone made a 3-point turn there, because their original theory, the Commonwealth's original theory, is that she made a 3-point turn, and that's when she backed into John O'Keefe and hit him and left him for dead. But now he is the only one out of all these people in the house to see the Jeep, taking it back. Because he said a V-shaped pattern, and that the original theory was a 3-point turn. Now it's a wave. I'm guessing 30 to 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea.
I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
You'd have to
You're
measure
right,
it.
if I'm looking.
If you measured it, you'd be doing 100 times better job than Canton PD or MSP because nobody else measured it, Matt.
Out of the house.
Now, This distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside of the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea.
Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained. Right?
It's a compound.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. I would have, my assumption was it was the SUV.
Don't assume.
I withdraw.
Okay.
Okay,
I heard the answer. I withdraw.
okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see the, no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those three times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first two times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was
Was it
further up the road.
Reversing at 24.2
It looked to
miles
me it
an
was
hour?
stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that, I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these three occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And did you, were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door at the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
You
And,
could not.
Further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore.
Did you see a body?
And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempt at communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, he's gonna.
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
He's got to back up all his wife's text messages. That's what he's doing here. Because at one point she texts John, pull up behind me, right? And there are a bunch of texts from Jen to John and phone calls. But nobody else at the table has testified that there was this discussion, that it was weird, that John and Karen didn't show up yet, right? Oh, Maddie,
that stand.
Maddie, he did not sign
Well,
up for this.
let him know he's here. Was trying to communicate with John, let him know that let him know he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house? Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
No, the answer was, do you know? He was only allowed to answer whether he knew.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, do you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way, as far as from the first time to the second time you contest.
Hold on.
Let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, do you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14.
So he says Karen Reed's car was out there for 10, 12, 13, 14 minutes before it left. 10 to 14 minutes. The car was outside before it left. Okay, that's interesting info. First time I've heard that.
I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way, as far as from the first time to the second time you testified, it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again. Is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some point around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
Oh,
And if anyone else was in the vehicle?
notice how he really didn't selectively answer him if he was ask him if he was drinking while he was at 34 Fairview. But we know he had 5 vodkas with water and Crystal Light at the waterfall, and he drove home. Okay.
When and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
Donna, if at this time of the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness, exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
More useless pictures of the house. This is a great comment by I Have Questions that says that actually lines up with her story. They pulled up. She asked John to make sure they're welcome. John goes in. She waits about 10 minutes. He doesn't come back out, so she left. That's her story, meaning Karen's story. Let's look at some useless pictures of the house, shall we? Because, you know, when you got nothing to lose. Anybody know who said that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence of the snowfall, obviously, is essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, using the laser pointer, show the jury where it is.
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and you see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here. So it'd be right there.
There was a Jeep parked right here. There was a Jeep parked right here. He's talking about Higgins' Jeep. He's the only one who sees it. Hold on. I'm going to full screen this so you can see where his dopey laser pointer goes. He's the only one who sees Higgins' Jeep.
Dark SUV in front of the house. Is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here. So it'd be right there.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could have exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
So no photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 73. Again, you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
And that secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So could, sir, just direct your attention where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take right there.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it.
Miss Gilman getting a workout today.
And so, sir, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview. Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you looked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving. Who else is in the car, and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway, and then you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on, or anything like that, in reference to the weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something.
Oh yeah, peanut butter and jelly
something about bread.
sandwiches.
I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct?
Yes, well, Life's 360 has Allie home by 1:30 something. So you got home between 2:10 and 2:15. At what time did your wife decide to Google "Hoss to die in cold"? Around 2:27? Or did you use her phone at or around 2:27 to Google "Hoss to die in cold"? Did he even ask him if anybody said anything about seeing a big blob in the lawn? Don K9 says, is this the Griswold house before they put the Christmas lights up? Great reference.
Exact, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct?
All right, the kids were home. I just want to clarify something, Sean. Tristan is Caitlin's boyfriend. Tristan picked up Caitlin around 2:00 in a Jeep Cherokee. That was Caitlin's. Ryan Nagel was the one who pulled up as the passenger in Ricky D'Antano's F-150 that was lifted. Just so the record and the chat is clear. No, it's confusing, a lot of players, but that's what it is. But I think Brian and Nicole did say that Brian Higgins' Jeep Wrangler was parked in front of the mailbox with a plow on it. Nobody else saw it except for Matt.
And when you arrive in the house, you and your wife, where did you?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time?
Yeah, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as well, when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake, or had she already fallen asleep?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team, so we talked a little bit about that, and then that was it.
And then my wife's Apple phone data has her pacing around for the rest of the night until she gets a call from Karen shortly before 5 a.m.
I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. Yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall? So what woke you up that night?
Not going there.
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
Or maybe we approach just briefly.
Okay.
He woke up to screams in his bedroom. His wife was screaming? Huh. Oh, yeah, they're going to have a sidebar about whether this is coming in because it's hearsay.
Into this case, in case with anyone, don't do any independent.
Just letting them go. The jury, anyway. I'm pretty sure she's probably she's got to get out of there by 1, right?
Court, all rise. Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ooh, somebody said something like, what the hell is something something? All right, court's over for the day. We ended on McCabe on his direct, and they're going to come back tomorrow. First witness up will be Matt McCabe, still on direct. And what a day it has been, my friends. Some explosive testimony from Colin Albert and regarding Colin Albert. So let's go back to the chat before we break. Put in the chat what you think the most important part of the day was, or what the most explosive part of the day was for you. And we'll go over it together. Johnny, thank you so much for the 20. He says, thank you, Melanie. Also wanted to donate for MS. One of our viewers said that she would match every single donation today to the Brigham Women's Hospital MS Research Department. And so that is so very kind and generous. And thank you all for all of these donations. Jennifer, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. So generous of you. Marcy says, MS is BS. Very generous. Prestige. This is truly the best place on the web. Thank you, Melanie. Frosting on the cupcake that you're a deadhead too. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Marcy. We're so glad that you're here. Let the good times roll. Andrew Lawhern, thank you for your super chat. Love your coverage of this case as much as I paid for Wi-Fi on a plane to watch this. Currently cruising at 34,000 feet in the sky, screaming BS. Andrew, thanks. You probably paid $40 for that Wi-Fi on the plane. Fly Delta, be a Sky Miles member. Sometimes they give it to you for free. Pro tip. Thank you, Soroto30, for the 20. Brigham and Women's saved my dad's life in the 80s. Recently found out my mom has MS. Oh, I'm so sorry. Seeing what she's been through medically and physically, I cannot imagine the toll all of this has been on Karen Reed. Sending my love. You guys are really the most generous community on the internet. I can't say that enough. Lynn, thank you for the $20 super sticker and donation. One step beyond you for Jerry Lewis and Melanie, the $20. This feels like a telethon. It certainly does. Thank you. Angela Lawrence says, hold my beer, with another super sticker. Charlene Savioli, thank you so much. It's the video of Colin threatening the Advantage Boys gang, and it will show you Colin's true identity, not this version he's portraying today. Thanks for the 10, Charlene, and I think you're absolutely right. I think we saw that today. Nina, thank you for the super chat. Would it be allowed to ask him on the stand to show the text to Allie on his phone? They could have tried that. They probably would have had to break for it. I don't know if the judge would let it in, seeing the way she's been ruling in this case so far. Renee says, thanks, Renee, for the 5. I hope they can keep him on cross until tomorrow so that tonight the internet can internet. Life 360 for the win says with a 20, we don't need an I don't remember. We need an I don't remember button. Yeah, a lot of I don't remembers today, especially from Colin. Thanks for the 20. Thanks, Tiffany, for $50 super sticker. You are so generous. Thank you, Tiffany, so much for that and for your donation to MS Research Tina Talks, thanks for the 20. Love you, Melanie, and want to help you and your subscriber matching donations today for a mess. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for the donation, for the love of God and all things holy. Make this make sense. I wish I could do that for you, girl. I wish I could, but I can't. Not yet, until all of you help me come to terms with what we saw today. Renee, anyone else loving AJ going nuts on this punk talking about Colin? A lot of F-bombs were dropped today, in addition to the P word. So hopefully if you're watching on replay, we're not watching in front of your kids. Nico 2020, thanks for the 5. Please stop posting information ahead of us. No spoilers. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Linda, for the 10. Linda Vergata, haymaker is a punch that delivers such force it causes a knockout. AJ did ask Colin about his haymaker punch and whether he made it with his right or left hand, and he was kind of shady about that. I don't know, both. Charming Lily, thank you for becoming a member. And Suzanne for the super sticker, thank you. Susan Agnello, thank you. He gets away with saying yep, but we can't say of course. Really? Yeah. Yep. Nope. Of course. Thank you, 98C Tuna, for the super sticker. Bev will deny, but I appreciate the effort. Well, they were allowed in. Those videos of Colin, those Snapchat videos were allowed in. Bang, bang. I'm going to F you up. KO. Bang, bang. Robin McGowan, thanks for the 20. I love this community. I'm very proud to make a donation. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Debbie says free Karen Reed. Thank you so much. Renee, thanks for the super chat. This dumpster fire of a cross is exactly why they have been desperate to keep Colin Albert out of the house, because he's a hot mess and he would already be in jail. All the opinions of my viewers are not necessarily my opinions. They are the opinions of my viewers and my viewers only. And thank you, Renee, for that. Laura says I'm going to lay with my patients because I'm obviously delusional. Laura's a nurse. I think in the ICU, right, Laura? Maybe in the psych ward. JMG, thank you so much for the $25. This sham is not helping Karen's MS, hoping for a cure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Borders is a member for a month, says Justice for John O'Keefe and Karen. Thank you so much for your support. And Roman, thank you for your super sticker. Rassler's mom, thanks for being a member for 3 months. I have MS. Thank you for supporting us who are sick. Oh, I wish you all of the good healing vibes, and I hope you're feeling well today. Rassler's mom. Criminal Med, thanks for the super sticker. Thank you. May all MS victims have some relief. Young Black Economist, thank you for the donation. My grandmother also passed from MS in 1989, 4 years before I was born. May God bless those who have done so much work to find treatments. Thank you. New Hampshire woman, thank you for the 10. Fight MS. Barry Raven, thanks for coming in with the donation. How do we know that the text between Colin and Allie weren't made to pick him up from his friend's place and take him to Fairview Road? You're so right. A lot of people have posted them and said that they look doctored or proctored, and pointing out a lot of inconsistencies with the way text messages should be, that the bubbles are missing on the white portion and the no date change. But people are saying different versions of iOS have different things. I noticed when I look back at my text messages, it'll say the day. It'll say like Wednesday, August 22nd, if you go back far enough. These didn't seem to say that. Austin, thanks for your donation. I competed in wrestling and judo for 20 years. If he fell forward and used a fist to absorb the impact, he'd break his hand, wrist, and arm. Thank you, Austin, for pointing that out to us. Madam Roz, Bluetooth. Where did John's phone number connect to this? Don't know, but thanks. Something to think about. Over here, Zebra, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome. Charlie Lynn, facts not in evidence. Thanks for the donation. Lots. Just me. Thank you for the 10 for MS support. And says thanks. Thank you. Toga Guy, thanks for the 20. Thanks for the coverage, Melanie. Great to catch up on the farce trial in between work calls. I'm glad, Toga Guy, that you can make it. So glad. Donna Graves, thank you so much for the 20, donating for MS. Jimmy. A song for today. Let's get physical. Will the defense be allowed to call Colin again? Stop MS. Thanks, Jimmy. The defense can call any of these witnesses again if they have something new to add or new to offer or want to ask them other questions. Yes, they can call these witnesses in their case in chief. And they are all on the defense witness list that we know of so far. I don't know that we've seen a final defense witness list, and new witnesses can certainly pop up at any time during this trial. As we know, so many concerned citizens are reaching out to the defense firm with apparently a deluge of photos And they started doing that when they think, people think, concerned citizens think Katie McLaughlin lied on the stand about her relationship with COLIN ALBERT. Thank you, Liz, so much for the donation. And Liz came in with another donation. Thank you. Pie Girl 1985 says, thanks for covering this crazy trial. My mom has MS. Thanks to the lady matching donations for this important cause. Love to all from Canada. Thank you so much from Canada. Solomon Landscaping, thank you for coming in. Says, thanks, Melanie. Charlie Lynn, with the contribution, a $10 contribution. My heart breaks for carried multiple instances of skinned, bruised knuckles and his alter Snapchat ego. Christy, Painter's Daughter, thank you for the 20 super sticker. Beth D, thank you for the 10 super sticker. Bernie Heaven, bang, bang. I just hear share. I'm old. Oh my goodness. Hi, Patronus Glow. Thank you, Marta, for your super sticker. My goodness, you guys, this was a crazy day. It was a survival show. It was Bob Dylan who said, when you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing to lose. You ain't got nothing to lose. And that's the theme of the day. Those videos of Colin, those Snapchat videos came in, and it was crazy. It was crazy. They did a voir dire of the witness, and they knew what he was going to say. And I'm shocked. Quite honestly, I'm shocked that the judge let all of those witnesses in. I mean, those videos with Colin, and let them question Colin about it. And you could see his vicious and violent propensities coming out, and the jury heard it all. And then they heard that his knuckles were also all banged up during his grand jury testimony. And that came in too. He was allowed to testify a little bit about the harassment that he has suffered at the hands of people on the internet, but he also said he didn't have any social media. And the jury also saw him bullying other people on the internet from a town's hockey league, that people that he didn't even know he was threatening to kill or mess up or knock around. Thank you, Nancy Campbell, so much for your Venmo donation and for donating to MS. Thank you also to Dawn for the donation, as a lally flop. And South by Southwest Explorers bought me 3 matcha lattes. Thank you for that. And Jacqueline, thank you so much for donating $25 to MS. And Patricia, thank you so much for donating as well. Tina, $50 donation. Thank you so much. Tina says, thanks for being awesome. Stay strong, my fellow MS warriors, and puts $50 in the donation bin. Thank you. And Michelle, $25 donation. Prayers for Karen and all that suffer from this awful disease. Thank you, Michelle. William, thank you for your donation as well. Sends 10 on Venmo. You guys, I have to thank everybody. Sorry, we got to do this. It's important. My mother always told me to write thank you notes, and we're here for it. Michelle, thank you so much for the 20 via Venmo. And Julie, and Julie, thank you for the 20 she says, for all the amazing coverage and insight. Ashley, thank you so much. Joan, thank you so much. Another 25. You guys are crazy, crazy generous today. And Charlene, thank you so much for the 10. Justin, for being kind and generous. Great theme for all, he says. And Jan for buying 5 coffees and says, I'm already exhausted and we just got the day going. And May for the coffee. And thank you all so very much. Lisa, thank you as well. All right, what do you think, guys? What do you think the craziest part of the day was? Wow, Match, thank you for coming in with $50. Love your channel. Keep your amazing coverage up. This channel, justice will prevail. Donation for MS. Thank you, Match DC. Thank you so much. Please hit the subscribe button. It's free. The like button also helps to share out the stream. And Rochella, one of my amazing moderators, for donating 20 to MS. For all those who are suffering from MS, prayers always. Love Rochella and Pete, my amazing moderators who happen to be married to each other for a very long time. Her husband is retired NYPD. JS, thank you. Want to donate towards you, and horrible MS. JS, thank you so much. And Amanda, thank you so much for MS, free Karen Reed. Match, I thanked you for the 50. Wow. And South by Southwest Explorers, a 10. Colin Albert's testimony was crazy. I want to hear from someone in the courtroom who was boots on the ground there and who could actually see how the jury was reacting to these crazy videos of Colin and the bang bang and Adele in the background. And again, still, we heard nothing about Karen Reed until the very end of the case, or the end of the day, the half day, which felt like 4 days, when Matt McCabe is finally the only person who sees Higgy's Jeep parked at the mailbox. And somebody said, could Higgy have been the one who hit John with the plow? Because everyone else says Karen left. Karen left, and there's no dead body on the lawn. So what are we doing here, everyone? What are we doing here? Team Brittany, another one of my amazing mods. Thank you for everything today. Bang Bang video, #1 moment, but Bev letting it in is a close second. I think we feel that way as well. Bang Bang. Lisa says that I think this case is only a piece of a huge puzzle. Deneen, thank you, says praying for Karen Reed, MS sufferers, and the family of John O'Keefe. As always, praying for John O'Keefe and his family and sending prayers and love. And I can't imagine what they're going through sitting through this and listening to all this. Lagushka says, I wouldn't peg him as an Adele fan. I wouldn't either. Brenda says the best part of the day was, or most unbelievable explosive was the biased judge letting in the Colin Albert threats. Yeah, so now we see, the jury sees Colin Albert is a bully out there threatening people on social media that he doesn't even know and has never met before, because he found out a couple of girls in their group were hanging out with the guys in that hockey club team. Solomon Landscaping says Commonwealth versus Colin Albert is coming next. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you, Angel Fire, for being a member for a month, and says, thanks for keeping it classy. Thank you, Kimberly, for coming in with a 50. Says, keep it up, Melanie, and feel well to the MS patients. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You guys are so kind and generous, and I think that we need this to be a theme as we continue to watch this disaster of a trial unfold. It's a dumpster fire, in my opinion, on behalf of the Commonwealth, but I don't know what the other side is saying, because I try and stay away from it as well. I have no idea what they're saying. I'm sure they think it was a big win for them today with Matt McCabe's testimony putting Karen Reed's car outside the house. I don't know what they're doing. Thanks, Jody, for the 10. Great job today. Why on earth does Matt McCabe have to testify for an hour and a half? Lally is like an assistant to the assistant DA. Office reference. Yes, that is an office reference. I'm losing my voice, you guys. And tomorrow we are going to be back with Matt McCabe on the stand, and I can't wait to see the cross. Can't wait to see the cross. This guy was looking out the window the entire night. Thank you, my moderators. Everyone, thank my moderators so much for their work today, because it's not easy. This is a tough case to cover because the trolls are out in full force. So hopefully we were able to keep it to a minimum today. And to my members, thank you so much for being here with me and letting me shout into the void that is the injustice of this trial, because I'd be screaming at my TV if I wasn't here screaming with you and feeling your pain. And to my viewers and replay viewers, please hit the like button. It really helps the channel. It helps the algorithm. We've busted through 40K, and I just started this channel over the summer. So thank you to everyone. Oh my gosh, Denise Williams coming in with a $50. I have MS and I love your coverage. Thank you, Melanie and mods. You guys are amazing. Prestige, reach out to me by email, and I will donate as well so that we can coordinate. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Hit the like button on your way out. I will see you tomorrow for a full day of coverage starting at around 8:45 in the morning. And just like, remember, you guys. Oh, Martin with the 10. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Just like, remember, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard, really, you guys, really. It is so not hard Kind and generous. Let's all be kind and generous, like Natalie Merchant says. Good night, everyone. Peace. Be cool, be kind, be classy, and kind and generous. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe out there.